Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Let's push the buttons, double check everything is working. Okay, so as the title suggests, plans today is to get two specific things sorted. We should be able to get a fair bit more done than that. We need to get paper up and running in research labs, and we also need to figure out how we're going to handle Tofu. We're probably going to start with the Tofu, just because we haven't got any of this research yet. We will queue these up. We are running on the update that came out today, which added logistics zones, which is not something I think we need, but it might come in handy later. And it also has probably fixed the issue we was having with our coal train not coming all the way to the end of this station. But we shall see. Right. I want to borrow the train a second because I wanted to double check the number on this. Okay, 20 is fine. It looked like it was basically out of coal, which is fine. That's what we want to see. Alright. Okay. 24. I want to expand this because we are technically consuming more than we're using at the minute. That bit's easy. Okay, that pipe is over at a level of 2, so that should be easy as well. This we should just be able to pull off to here and take down and in. Can this go up from there? It can't. Instead then, for the purpose of future upgrading, it can come along here. Come to here, then go in. This is going to overload this main belt. But that's fine for the time being, I think. Bring it to here. Bring it down. And we shall put that there just so that it doesn't try to remove that. And then these bits we just extend out. Okay, now I'll get our concrete back up to snuff. I also actually kind of want to move this so that I can put a second research building next to it, but that can wait. I am happy for everything to start constructing this lot, though. Even though that is a fair bit of resources. That's fine, because we need to be planning other things. Can they not make it over there anymore? Guess not. They need these diggers to make it through. I have been considering dump location specifically. That was not what I was trying to do. That's what I wanted to do. Should be able to manage that. I'm going to fill the top bit of this with dirt later. That's why I'm telling it to go down to 14. Okay. Level 14, level 14. Good, that should do the job. In the nearby place to dump while things are getting dug out. We could now expand the air for this, but we'll have to flatten that bit out first because we need it for other things. We're out of workers, are we? Well, we don't need that running. Getting more workers is going to be another plan for today. Okay, we need to start thinking about soybeans. So... soybeans, water, sulfur and limestone. Why does tofu require sulfur and limestone? Going to produce 12 per... that's 24. I get the feeling we're probably going to need 2 of these active. The sulfur and the limestone we'll have to bring over here manually. It doesn't need much, but I get the feeling it's going to make us run out of those resources. More water is required. Okay, so this holds soybeans. Limestone. Sulfur. Other way around, they can import... Actually, no, they're allowed to import and export from there. It's the buildings that we don't really want them manually loading. This is all loose stuff. We're going up 2 levels. And then hook into there. There's one for soybeans as well. Although I think for soybeans we probably want to try to keep and use as many of them as we can, just because it's our only source of protein, so we're going to go through it about as fast as we go through vegetables. So let's have a larger storage for it. That is not... Oh no, that is right. It just costs Unity. I expected that to be a different symbol. Okay. Oh, we forgot about that. Exhaust is 9 each. Probably going to need to upgrade that to manage. They almost look like a tier 2 one, tier 2 belts, but they're not. I don't mind that that's blocked. We don't need it going at any speed. We are out of fertilizer again. We will probably end up needing less vegetables. I assume we're probably going to need 2 of these. Where to put them though, and where to put the outputs. Can't really put them there because that's going to block that expandability. probably need to move that back a bit, but we'll see. In fact, if we put this here, that does need to get moved back a bit. These are going to need to be delivered by trucks, so... that can go there. Since this is the important one, we'll bring this along on level 0. This can go up to level 1. And connect it from that way so that the slope is as close to the belt as possible. Okay, we need to pull that back a bit. Huh? If that one could connect directly in, why couldn't you? Why all that nonsense? Oh, because this is in the way here. So really, the problem here is that all of this needs to be back a little bit. Okay. Okay. We should have water around here somewhere. Okay, that sorts the water. Not sure whether or not we're going to be able to do this, but we're going to try. Okay, it needs to go around if it wants to do that. We need to connect it to there. Okay, that being the case, let's Bring it to here, bring it up by 2, bring it over to here, and then into here. And then later, we can pull off here when we actually need the animal feed. Although the tofu now can't get out. I think I need to move the entire thing further back. Again. That ought to do it. That sounded like it couldn't place something. Okay, no, that all looks okay. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, and let's see, we're going to need another one of these. Forget whether or not we can flip those inputs. Nope. So this one will want... It's going through here. Yeah, needs to be from here. Okay, we don't have anything to allocate for that yet. So let's clear that. Not sure if the next thing that we get is going to be a loose food stuff. I suspect it's not. Along to here, come up and over. Okay. Soybeans are kind of expensive. And we don't get many of them. Not sure how to balance the farms for these. This should also bring down the requirements for vegetables. We want vegetables in each of these, we want soybean on each of these. I think we can probably reduce the amount of potatoes we're making. Okay. We've run out of workers again. I think this time we're going to need to turn this on to catch up. We're also starting to run out of fuel. That's paused, that's paused. We can expand these. There are bigger versions of these. Which we don't really need because we already have a fairly large crude oil store here. The thing that we may need is... Okay, how the hell did you run out of fuel? Where are you trying to get to? You're trying to get to the drop-off. You're allowed to go to the fuel stop. I wonder if... No, they should have still gone here if the fuel is below 30%. They made a change. If you remember, I was complaining that the train was going this way, and it really had no business going this way, just because this was slightly shorter. The thing is, that was slightly shorter, this is faster, because it's a smoother turn. So it shouldn't have been going that way, it should have been taken this way, because it could have gone up to speed and kept going that way. They changed that. And I wonder if that's caused this to be, or this to now entirely ignore the fuel stop. Three days should be plenty for it to fill up. When enabled, only trains with low fuel are allowed here, below 30%. I wonder if it's because it's a double-headed train. So it could get down to 15% in each train. And that wasn't enough for it to complete a full run. We need to monitor this train and try and figure out why this has happened. That might mean the Steam one is also going to do the same thing. Pin this here. Just so that I can monitor the other one as well. Now the Steam one should be fine because it goes through the fuel stop every single time. Because it's dropping off the coal. Yeah, the change in pathfinding means it now ignores this station. Or it doesn't take that route, which is what we wanted it to do. I'm happy they did that. We need to figure out why it's running out of fuel. I think that must be it. The configuration is that it's only allowed to refuel if it's less than 15%. And the percentage is being combined between both trains rather than the individual one. That's what I suspect is happening. I don't think this train uses 30% of its fuel to complete this run. So we load up sand here and we start heading back. Good. You're waiting over there for now. That's something else that we should probably look at. Let me just grab the building. Nope, it's full of coal. There's a possibility that it may not have actually just been getting enough coal. Loads up on acid. It may be that I need to change these to diesel trains. The steam locomotives appear to have more torque, so they can get up to speed faster. So it's at 77. When we refueled it, okay. That needs to be configurable then. This train is clearly capable of doing one run with half a fuel tank, but not with a third of a fuel tank. So we really want it to be going here every other time. I can do that, but it's going to be a little bit convoluted, I think. It'll depend on whether or not the game will let me put in the same train station multiple times into the schedule. So we already have the sand pickup. Can we add that station again? So so we can do it this way instead. It's not moving those, is it? No. Then you add this stop. Okay, now we just need to configure these. So load, 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 and load. I mean, I don't think we actually need to specify these, but yeah, we will do anyway. We said that last time. Okay, always visit there. Pick up sand, pick up acid and sulfur, salt, acid and salt, limestone, get rid of acid, salt, sand and limestone, because that's the order it's in the thing, but it doesn't really matter. Just mirror it. Oh, it's okay, never mind. Right, conditions. Full of product, or provided products, or 3 days, 10 days. Full of all provided products, or 10 days. Full of all provided products, or 10 days. Empty of any accepted product. Or 300 days. And we have knocked that out, yes. Okay, you're going to limestone pickup, which is fine. We need to, or you will run out of fuel, I suspect. We're skipping it to stop 3, or maybe we can, rather than turn it to skip, if we drag this down to here. Okay, good. That should refuel then. No designations in the mining tower. Are we running out of any raw resources? Yes. You need an extra truck. Where is your other truck? You have 2 trucks assigned. Wait a second. Oh, you bring the limestone over to here. That's not your job. Your job is to serve that thing, not to deliver the limestone to here. Let others deal with that. Actually, no, we don't have a limestone container anymore, do we? There you go. And you've gotten to the fuel stop this time. Okay. That's that fixed. Given that we do now need to have this go into a container of some description. Build that. Limestone, just for the time being. Let's accelerate it. Get that up and running again before train comes and there's not enough in there. Okay, your recycling plant is ready, it's just not got any employees. We're not making any vehicles at the minute, and I think we're capped on those. Yeah, so let's turn these off. How I've managed to get that many extra workers, I don't... Oh, well, with that overburdened on workers. Turn them off for the time being. That helps. We could add soybeans to this, but I think we'd be better off just making a second one if we actually need the throughput on it. And yeah, we need to really get the extra sulfur up and running and store in the sulfur somewhere. Probably gonna have to pull these pipelines down. Because probably want to put the sulfur here or move the acid. Let's increase the size of these buffers. Don't think these things take maintenance, so... let's pause the output of that. And then we'll rip down this pipe. We'll add... or we'll move this forward. So we can put a container for sulfur behind it. Okay, tree harvesters. You have cleared out the area I need you to. Now start clearing out some other areas that need doing. I should have paid attention to that. We're getting dangerously close to that. We'll avoid it for the time being. Okay. We'll dig that bit out so we can finish the retaining wall to protect this area here when we start digging down in that. Okay, logistics zone is complete. Turn those off. Can't turn those off. Being able to see throughput would be nice. But never mind. Services. Is that general? Where's health? Health is down here. Not sure. Oh, right, yeah, because we turned the beacon on. Now, why'd you have to go and do that to yourselves? I mean, if you can get out here, then you can. These guys can get out. Stop being daft. Oh, they actually, no, they've still got place, or there's still plenty of stuff there for them to flatten. That's not a problem. They can get around here. I don't get why they think these are... they're unable to get to them. Okay, getting soybeans. Probably not necessary, but it'll help. Okay, you don't have sulfur because we need stuff over here to be done. Pull that down. Get it out of the way. Put that there. Pause this for now so that I can do something else. Okay, I should be able to remove this bit. I didn't want you to disconnect that one. That was not the thing I was aiming at. And see what you've done there. You've gone and screwed everything up by removing that. That is fine and correct. We will have a use for ammonia soon, I think. That is not an output for water. No, that is an output for water. I'm misremembering what it's supposed to do. I do, however, I think... yeah, let's... I'll have to route it around. Slight change of plan, actually. Cancel construction of that. Tear down that. Might be too close there. Can I connect that into there? Yes. That's what I want to do. Okay, temporary pipe. So I can empty that out into there. Hello. Pipe. I forgot I had paused that. Okay, I'll empty that out. Yeah, get in tofu. I imagine we're not going to be anywhere near remotely close to servicing them all. Output is full. So it is. Okay. Good, that's empty. That is still emptying. Looking at resources wise, we're almost out of wood. Does that mean that we may need to assign bigger trucks to our woodcutters? If they don't already have bigger trucks. One of them has a bigger truck. That is not what I wanted. To a large tree harvester. Can I cancel that? Not from here. Not quite. Pen that for a second. You. Okay, I think we can expand the tree farm out a little bit. I don't know whether or not we're even remotely close to having enough trees. I think we're probably fine with these here. given how much room we've got for this slope, I think that's fine. I wish I could hide the trees now. There's the next one. It's roughly the same depth. I don't need to build them yet, but we'll... Let me undo those ones. Get rid of the trees first. Figure out where that needs to be, and then expand out this to be, or cover more of this area over here. I'll let them get through all of that first, and then we'll worry about this. So let me unallocate that. It's not like we need to sort out that water for a while. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. Are you empty? You're empty. Now, how high did I have this? We had it as a tier 2 pipe. What's more important? Having a supply of sulfur or... Come on. You had it a second ago. There we go. There we go. I guess our supply is sulfur. Turn that back on. Didn't quite think that through. Right idea, slightly wrong execution. Let's get it right the second time around. Connect it to 4, bring it up to height of 4. Bring it to here. There to mimic all the sanctions, then there, then link in. Yeah, the plan was that we wasn't going to upgrade these because we didn't need the extra storage here because we built it here. Not that we didn't still need to actually build the modules. But I don't think... We may need to upgrade this. Speaking of upgrades... Water's fine. Fertilizer isn't currently keeping up. How are you jammed? Oh, that's how you're jammed. And you're going to be even further jammed in the future if we don't do that. We need to add tofu to our list. Of foods. Helps if we actually configure the thing. I wonder if I change... Nah. I was going to say, if I change that to be something else that's flat, will it change the input? But no, that's not how that works. The buildings don't change like that. I was wondering why this was like appeared to be jamming, but no, it appears to be jamming because this is a tier 2 belt and that's a tier 1 belt. And the corn has nowhere to go. Okay, we'll see whether or not the tofu can keep up now. We can turn one of these back on. If we are slowly losing iron, which it says we are. You're fine. You're waiting to be able to dump down there. That's fine. They'll get the workers they need eventually. Okay, coal is still managing to keep up here. One assumes recyclables are working. We, however, are not making the most out of our recyclables. There we go. All that seems fine. Are we making any progress over here? Oh, one of them has managed to find its way along. Ah, I may have extended that a bit too soon. I wanted them to start digging through this area, not necessarily to stop others from dumping over here. And most of this dirt here is going to go on the top of this. Can I pull you? I'm not going to be able to pull you far enough over. I have plenty of other work to be doing without me needing to mess around with that too much, so... Okay. And you should only be allowed to dump dirt in your area, which is the plan. Okay, more soybeans coming through. We may just need to rebalance everything. It's going to depend upon how much the consumption of vegetables goes down. Strange fluctuations. I wonder why it's not constant. Because our population's just been going up, so it's weird the vegetable consumption hasn't been tracking with it. So yeah, obviously a lot of people eating vegetables. Oh, interesting. Potentially having a more balanced diet reduces the total consumption in general. It just doesn't just redistribute what consumption there is. Intriguing. Tofu might be keeping up. We need to give it a little bit more time. Where are we on other things? Okay, there's not enough crude oil to go pick up, which is why you've not left yet. Which all but tells us that we do, in fact, need to upgrade this now. But other than that, cost him more. Do we have access to another oil patch? If I remember right, the big oil patch is over here. Yeah, there's the big oil patch. All of the other ones are too small to really worry about. You do, it's just there's not enough people emptying these things out. You have enough trucks to be on it, they're just not focusing on it. We're almost through though. Speaking of almost through, we do need to... let's actually just cut the, tell them to cut the entire line. When they have the time. How's our wood? We've not run out, but we are not healthy on our wood. Is it again truck problem? Yeah, it's mostly just a truck problem. But them having bigger trucks now will help. I don't think I need to allocate a third. As I said, I'm not running out of wood. You still got plenty to dig. As have you, as have you. We've almost made it all the way along there, and we haven't flooded this again yet, which is good to see. Okay, that gives us an extra one of these if we need it. We don't need anything important for that. We have direct access to the diesel. May as well load the ship for that as well. Do these burners have... I'm going to say a truck is allowed to deliver to here. Oh, this is fair. We may have actually just trapped them in here this time around. Yep, we have. Okay, that's fine. We can remedy this. Dump. Was that flat? That's flat, not what we're after. Try again. Slope downward, please. Let's do that here, actually. And then we can tweak this. To be very, very specific. And that'll give them their ramp back down. It'll be in dirt. Oops, did I cancel that? No, okay, that's fine. Okay, tofu continues to go up. We are now out of oil. I can power you with hydrogen. I don't think I have a way to make any hydrogen. I'm a little surprised that I can power the ship with hydrogen before we actually have the research for electrolysis. And then hydrogen-fueled vehicles, which I presume comes after it. Yeah, hydrogen production. Hydrogen cells. Hydrogen cargo ships. How bizarre. How very bizarre. Okay. Don't need to worry about any of those warnings. This warning is concerning though. I think I need to tell you just to go. And we need to tell you... Do we have the steel? We do have the steel. Why is... Do we actually have any idle trucks? We don't. They are in fact busy. It's just not telling me that they're busy. You out of fuel. You're going a weird distance to fuel things up. You should be allocated to there, shouldn't you? Yeah. You're allocated to those. You're allocated to those. We should probably put another fuel station up here. How would you... They must be diff or unique types of vehicles then. I'm wondering how you assign the type of fuel a vehicle uses. Truck, excavator. Would you have to build it and then change it? Because we're making natural gas over there, and that's where our tree farm's going to be. So there's no reason not to have the tree harvesters, tree planters, and trucks eventually powered off hydrogen. Or at least the ones assigned to the tree farm. Scrap for parts. No, we may as well just upgrade them even if they're not currently in operation. Is that all of them? No, there's 3 of them. Oh, you never got an upgrade. It'll get an upgrade eventually now. Did I... Nope, population... Oh, disabled population growth is on, damn it. I thought it was off. Interesting. It looks like my Twitch stream died at some point for some reason. Still transmitting absolutely fine to Twitch. Twitch is still receiving fine, my playback is incorrect, and the session time is wrong. The session time is increasing. Twitch, why you gotta be derpy? Why can't you be as solid as YouTube? Still just getting a blank screen on my end. Play. There we go. Just lost connection to Twitch at some point. Okay. Let's get that sorted. And then we'll start. No. Okay, you have gone. Let's see whether or not it's smart enough to recognize what I just told it to do. Because it may get itself a little bit confused. We sent it off and then told it to start loading for this. And it's given us the option to load for that as well again. Which is not what we want. But the ship's gone. It's on its way. Sulfur's keeping up. Acid is keeping up. For now, at least. Flare stack isn't running. That's actually a good sign. Let's make you bigger. Yeah, that's already a bigger storage. Let's increase the storage over here. Are you back yet? Nope. Total production's dropped off a cliff because we ran out of oil, which is fine, just so long as the oil comes back before we run out of... Where did we get all of that fuel from? Oh, right, there we go. It's just the scaling. I am surprised the tofu consumption is as low as it actually is. I am happy that it's as low as it actually is. But I may need to shuffle things around, redistribute. So potatoes are a favourite. We only really need one farm running. Where's bread? Yeah, 1 on corn, 1 on wheat. And then maybe 2 on potatoes. What we could do with knowing... Hey, we have access to paper. That's the next production line we need to set up. Okay, good. All is well. And you've made it back. And once the ship is back here, we can upgrade our oil rig. Okay, I see. It's being done in chunks. I was wondering why it wasn't just pushing it through. Okay, let's have a look at the paper chain. We've got some space here to design things with. We need the chemical plant and the shredder to make paper. Chemical plant. Shredder. Which is actually the partner to the compactor. Sorry, just getting rid of all of these. Trucks assigned to fuel station more fuel. Provides increased storage and fueling rate compared to the previous tier. Just getting rid of all of the buttons. Is there really not a way that I can just tell it mark all? Oh, when did we get access to the large version? Damn, that is large. It's tempting to build it to allocate to both of them, but we have a space here and a space here for them. I don't think we need it yet. What kind of throughput does it have? 10 output slots. Maximum throughput. 2,400. 10 times. I mean, it might be worth setting up for the pair of these, just because we are going to get to a point where we're going to run out of, or there's a what's it called? There's an area where there's actually both in here, is what I'm trying to say. That's the words. Hey, look, it's our every stream bot coming into, say, cheap viewers on hidden.com, brackets hidden at something or other. Which I get to see and you guys shouldn't. I just wish I could tell it just to auto-ban the person, but I can't. I would have to manually click buttons and then click the ban. Which is a little annoying. I'd prefer just to auto-ban anybody that triggers either of those two things. Yeah, it's going to cause too much of a problem if we don't have the power or the people and we don't need to at the minute. These are keeping up fine. I'm just wondering whether or not it's worth thinking about. Because we are going to need to set up... I think we will just have to... we'll have to do it this way. We'll have to set up a special one. Tell both of them that they can use it. But explicitly assign it so that it has both materials. The problem then is it may... Yeah. If I do that, then because this is full, they're going to go to this and they're going to fill this up, which is not what we want them to do. We only want them to go there when we're actually eating through this bit here. So it can wait. Okay, we are done loading for the oil rig upgrade. What it hasn't told me is what our assigned workers and Unity cost increase is going to be, and maintenance cost for that matter. 36, 31, 08. $36, 3108. Let me put them in a chat. Twitch chat is actually easier to get to at the minute. 31, 36, 0.8. Why are you not running? Because we missed a simple thing. Okay. We're still slowly making more tofu, so... Does look like our balance is good. Each of these is making vegetables once a year. Yeah, vegetables are keeping up, but I think I need to tweak the loops. Okay, ship has delivered cargo to the oil rig. Oil rig is upgrading. Yeah, okay, that would make sense. Given the speed I play, which isn't particularly quick. Okay, oil rig is upgraded. Let's increase its output. There we go. Is that linear? 31. What's 50? 15 extra on 31. No, that's not linear. It's linear in terms of Unity. Minimum maintenance. It's non-linear in terms of maintenance, but it's actually cheaper on maintenance to run it faster. It's the population. It uses significantly more population per increase in production tier for less relative maintenance, and then a linear increase to unity. Okay. So you make me sawdust. You consume sawdust to make paper. We don't have it yet, so we will have to look it up. Actually, I don't need to be in here to look it up. Look it up in here. What else do we use this for? Office supplies. We don't even have tier 1 electronics, so that's going to be a non-problem for a while. We do need steam. Limestone we can probably get from up here. It depends on where we build this. I was thinking of putting it here. So we need to bring the limestone, say, along here, over the train tracks here and in. Unless, again, we assign a truck to it. Because otherwise we've got to get the wood over there, and we already have wood here. And I'll just pull the wood out of here. Take it over this. We may have to go over and around a little bit. Take the wood out here. Bring the limestone in from there. Steam is a question. Do I want to build a steam pipe? Steam pipeline? Because I was looking at this after I ended last week, and I was thinking I could bring the water pipe along here. We don't need it for anything along here, so more likely along here. Bring it all the way along here and then dig a trench to put the water pipe in. Because I don't think I can dig underneath the any of this, so we need to bring it over, dig it down, bring the water pipe under here and over to here. And if we're gonna do that, we might as well bury a steam pipe with it. And then have all the steam production over here. We may need to move some of this stuff around a bit. Can't bring the steam down the middle. Yeah, we'd have to... we can allocate the digging markers now. So we go down one, flat along here. It would come all the way along here. We're now in the there's now buildings in the way. That is probably going to take out that, but we can do that bit quickly and first, and then relay the well, we don't even have to. We could bring the pipes out of the ground here and take them over the train track. But I think I'd rather go under the train track, which we're not going to be able to do just as is. Tear all of these down. And I am going to have to redesign this. This is more compact than it needs to be, but I want to be able to provide additional boilers. Okay, so that's actually just not running fast enough to keep up with the fertilizer requirements. How close are we to 100% on all of these? Okay, it's basically consuming as much as it's producing, so that's fine then. Water consumption is still okay, we don't need to turn that one on. You can get out of there. We've made a little ramp for you. Actually, before these things think they can drop stone there. Okay, so for the time being, we're only going to need one of these, and that's going to be more than enough. You are assigned to paper. Gonna need one of these here. Can't assign it yet though. And that'll just connect directly in. I don't even need to feed it off anymore because I think we've done all of our lower tier research. Conducts more advanced research but requires a continuous supply of lab equipment to operate. Does require it to build. Okay, this is going to be a question whether or not we need both types of lab equipment. That makes 12. So one of them would actually supply 2 of those. Yeah, we're not going to be able to plan out that specifically until we can actually see it. Hopefully, we just feed one into the other and we're done. This is the long way round. Gives plenty of space for these to be wiggled around and filtered in. Flat conveyor. Yeah, figured that's probably what it was going to need to do. That's fine. Okay, that's nice. That works as well. Comes to here. So yeah, we're going to go with the plan that will bring the steam up from there, so we will probably upgrade steam production then. That's a little bit of a pain, but it works. This also needs glass, which is directly above us, so... this into here. Okay, it's too high to get down. In which case... Two, three, four, five. Okay. That will be the paper and the glass. Huh? How? How have you managed to get into this kind of state? Did it actually run out of burnable fuels? This one's currently running on that. That's currently running on that. Are we consuming too much steam elsewhere? That might actually be the case. Okay, it's out to get more oil. Wait, there's no way that works. Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, we are short on input. Is that we can't be consuming more food. We haven't. We should be producing the same amount of food, more or less. Something weird is going on here. Either way, we're not making enough steam. Let's pause for a moment. Okay. Let's redesign or redo this. Okay. Have everything signed. It is an option to bring that over here to burn it, although I think more likely what I will probably end up doing is setting this up over there to burn it. If for any reason biomass or animal feed gets backed up, which I don't think it can do. We are close to being able to make more efficient use of our power, but we would need to change the turbine setup. Exhaust filtration, sulfur, carbon dioxide, additional low power steam. Or we could crack it with limestone to get more out of it. I know, it's to, we don't get air pollution that way round. Gas injection pump. Carbon dioxide into seawater. Produces nothing? Not just carbonated seawater? Just voids it? We'll have to see what that building is. Thermal storage. Heat batteries, basically. Interested to see how that works. Incineration plant is another way for us to get some extra steam. Start burning our waste to produce power. This is why I was thinking that I'm probably going to have a secondary power system up by the housing area. Just to get rid of some excess stuff. Hello there, jumping spider. You've been crawling around my room for ages. What are you doing on the front of my monitor? Find somewhere else to be. Where is nuclear power? Is it that much later? Kind of expected it to be in this area. Biodiesel. Another use for farming produce. Wastewater treatment. Thermal desalination. Statue of maintenance. Nuclear reactor, there it is. It's after power generation 4. In line with solar panels. A demanding cleaning process for solar panels increases their power by 5%. Okay, they don't generate much power. Require a higher tier of maintenance. Where is that higher tier of maintenance? It is literally here. Interesting. So, the fact that I know that I'm going to need to rebuild this in the near future to be able to add this in, although we can add that to the end of the chain. The problem is that we, or the chain isn't, or there's no just direct pole, shaft is the word I'm looking for, that I could just extend out and then cut off to put these in the middle. I would have to put it on the other end, which would mean piping the waste, the steam low from one side of the generator to the other side of the generator, and then taking the depleted steam back again. That would be 1-to-1 though, wouldn't it? Yep. So we get 50% extra, which is enough for one more power generator per one. Don't worry about that for now. Okay. What else am I going to be able to use in a gas boiler? Naphtha, ethanol. Hydrogen. And yeah, we have everything we can use out of those. Super pressure steam. Does that mean that gas breeder not generating power? I don't know what that chain actually is. Let's not worry about it. Okay, so there is going to be a few more waste products that we'll get access to. I wonder if it's... no, because we don't have the water up there. We do still want this down here. Okay. We'll go off the idea that this will be the input setup. If we connect them together, we will need tier 2 pipes. It doesn't really matter where this goes. I suppose we don't have to put it into the same chain, but putting it into the same chain would allow it to benefit from the flywheels. I wish I knew how big they were. I just realised we are actually pretty low on fuel. But if we're pretty low on fuel, how can we be using so much steam? Is it just that we're not... Oh, that's... I know where the problems come from. The problems come from the fact that we're not producing any fuel. If we were making fuel, then we'd be making these as excess, and they would be being burnt. If I turn that off for a bit. Okay, the ship is almost back. This problem may temporarily solve itself. Just a little surprised we managed to go through all of our fuel gas. No, we do want it that way round because we want to be getting... I want to buffer this so that more stuff starts going back through those. We may have to import in some diesel. Prioritize output to the power for the time being. Although each of those are connected individually, so the output priority would be... those ones. To get them spun back up again. We've got our byproducts coming back through. It should allow this thing to start back up again. Once they get here, at least. How are you not getting your full amount of steam at the minute with both of these running? Okay. Right, we can turn that off for now. Okay, that's fine. Okay, good. They've almost got that bit done. Don't care about that. How almost done are you guys? You got a while left to go. Okay, we should check our edicts. Here we have fuel saver on. Let's increase farm yields so that hopefully we can get more fuel gas out of them. Cargo ship fuel consumption, vehicle fuel consumption, maintenance reduction. You are running, yeah, reduce ship speed. Reduce ship speed by 20%, save overall fuel by 30. Okay. Little surprised they weren't just running constantly. Right. Okay, think. We need to get limestone down to there. We can fork it off here. Because we have the available expansion there. Ah, right, it's slightly curved. So I'd have to bring it up to 3 and then down a little bit. Bring it up to 3. We'll take it that way. That works as well. Bring it under all of this. That would work. Okay. I've not seen an upgrade to trains, so I think we only actually need to be 4 above the track if we actually want the, or want to be able to route. Stuff over the top of the lines. That's weird. I must be slightly in line with that building then. That building must extend out just that bit as well. Okay, we could use this beam back a little bit then. It needs to be back 2. That being the case, let's bring it back so it's in line with that one then. Okay. Still need to get steam up there. So we are still going to need to increase steam production one way or another. Okay, let's... we could use that mining tower. In fact, is this mining tower in range? If I was to, say, change your area. You okay with that? It's okay with that. Have an excavator and a couple of trucks. We're not keeping up with fuel production, even though we've doubled production. Why? You have everything you need to produce, but you're not running because you can't get rid of your light oil. Because of that. Do you require people? You do require people. Let's think. Yeah, I think we were always going to want it to be generating from the gas ones first and foremost. And we got that slightly wrong. You know, they do need to be tier 2 pipes. Why did that not just immediately go? Okay, I think we need to unpause this again now, which is going to waste some fuel. This is why we're upgrading it. And because we have 4 outputs on here, I don't think we need to do the weird double layered thing that we've done on this one. So these 2 inputs are the priorities. They're the overflows from the oil processing. And then the input there will be... Oh, balls. The input there will be for the other one. Oh, I still fucking hooked it up wrong. If at first you don't succeed... We only using that water here? No, we are actually fogging it off elsewhere. Technically speaking, that's not going to be enough for all of those. There, that'll do it. Okay. We're also going to need these and these. Although maybe we can keep these where they are. How much have we changed the footprint of this? Not a massive amount. We may need to move them anyway. That ain't right. Why is there stone mixed in with that? Is it just that the dirt is falling down more? I don't think it'll be a problem. I think it's still going to consider it as basically mostly dirt if I ever need to put anything farming related there. So I think that works fine. Move the power station up. The problem is the fact that I think the power station ends up moving up. The problem I'm foreseeing is having to tear down the entire power system so I can replace it. I can turn off most of the factory so it doesn't cause that much of a problem. There's no need for most of this to be running. I mean, we're currently full of all resources up here anyway. Speaking of which, we may as well use said resources. We still need to get steam into there. We could set up something temporarily if we want to get things going. Okay, let's just assume that we're going to replace this entire section up here. So that means we will have a new one of these put down. And we are going to have another one of these. These use at 30, so yeah, we can just bring up and then fork. Actually thinking about that, we are going to need to fork it off into different directions because we need it for the desalination as well as for this. Although, do we have access to thermal desalination yet? No, that's coming up. It uses steam though, but it's steam rather than coal. So that's the upgrade to fertilizers done. So 12 to make the same amount in Yeah, 12 coal to make the same amount in, what's it called? If we use steam. That'll be 15.7. It is more efficient in terms of coal to use thermal desalination. Rather than this. But we shouldn't need this. We only really want it for the brine. And we could just make the sea, or make it directly, or make the salt directly from seawater instead. Run 2 of these off one seawater pump. We're making brine from anything other than desalination. Yeah, it's only used there. Gonna need to get chlorine out of it at a later date. We will need it for wastewater treatment of toxic slurry. And for aluminium processing. But again, we could just make it directly out of seawater in an evaporator pond. If we need it. How much water is all of this going to consume? A lot. Okay, we should have it just in case then. The pipe we're bringing down here, well, we are going to be able to upgrade it. Okay, I didn't quite get ready for that. Hopefully this doesn't fall down. I did expect that, though. May collapse. We'll have to see if it does collapse. I suspect it probably will collapse and we'll have to rebuild them. We can set up the pipes now, though. Once you've moved forward a bit. Oh, thank you, that's helpful. I'm actually going to need to make those longer. Let's do it this way. We'll... Okay, they haven't quite... I need them to finish leveling out this bit here. Or not leveling out, digging out that bit there. Because I'm going to bring them all up so that I never need to dig this bit up again. What we'll do is we'll have the ends of them poking up on either side. Like that will be the intent. Now, why have you changing your direction weirdly like that? Okay, to force them to connect in the way that I want them to connect, I'll have to do it this way then. Okay. Now we can rebury this bit. That is incorrect. And we need to tell them at the minute that that needs to be done with dirt. And only dirt. Run out of limestone. Actually, before it dumps them. There we go. Could bridge over it, but we're burying them now, so that's fine. Okay, back to this. Let's bring this up one, so that we can get, if we need it, the coal one underneath. And I think I'm going to allocate either side so that I can pull off from either side to go elsewhere. Okay. What the hell did you connect to? Oh, you did connect to that. Wasn't quite what I was trying to tell it to do. If that works. 24. Gonna need more than this. Strictly speaking, that only covers half of them, but the intent is only to have 4 of these. So any excess is going elsewhere, so this should be fine. Okay, and then we have room for another pipe to come in from that side.
Get ready.
Okay, that's the input for that. Now on oil again, have you already left to get some more? You have, we're just waiting for you to get back. How far away are you? I wish I could get information on where that thing is. I mean, they must have already picked it up and be on its way back. We're now out of oil again. And because we're out of oil, we're no longer making excess of these. One, two, three, four, 5.
Get ready.
Why do they consider themselves not connected? That's why. slightly bigger than one of these. There it is. Okay. Once we get this, we want to get this soon as. And then I think we won't build it this way. What we'll end up doing, if we work on the assumption that the second part of this is the same length. What we'll do is we'll build the entire thing with 3 for the time being, with the assumption that we'll position in such a way that we can add an extra boiler on and thingy on either side. Will be the intent. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. We need a bit more room. No, let's only allocate for 3. How's our actual power demand at the minute? We're going to get 50% more power from all of this. Oops. Okay, tree harvesters are done. Send them after that. Oh. Ah. If you found waste, then, ah, right, yeah, no. That makes sense. That's fine. You found waste because the railway track got disassembled. Rapid unplanned disassembly. You shouldn't be getting any more slag anymore over here, so you can temporarily sort yourself some waste. And I'll get that sorted. We don't need to know about that. We can now figure out this. It's going to be slightly too close because those are deeper. That one's probably fine, but that needs to be there, I think. And then I think we're going to need to come along here to protect this part of the cliff. Okay, corner bits. We'll expand that out later. We really need to know the size that those are going to be. Okay. We should use steam desalination. Because it will be more fuel efficient than it'll be more fuel efficient. So we'll get that second. That'll let us finish the power plant. Or the upgrade to the power plant. Which wasn't something I was expecting to plan today, but resources have conspired to force me to do this. Okay. Where are you, train? Where are you, train? Not here. You're not here, you're not here. Are you in here? Are you stuck on the track somewhere? Oh. No, that would be very, very, very poorly timed if that's what happened. What if the train just happened to be crossing this part of the track at the point at which the digger that's been digging out my trench for our pipe work happened to be digging it out? I think the train might have gone boom. Yeah, we don't have a train on this line anymore. I think it got exploded. Which makes it really surprising how little scrap there was. If we managed to explode the train. Never mind, we'll make a new one. Salt. Sand. Limestone. Glass. Okay, we do have the resources, it's just a unfortunate waste of resources due to particularly poor timing. Let's speed this up. I know it has no recipe, I don't care. Don't care about that either. Okay, let's start bringing this water pipe over. Okay, we'll run this down the middle pipe. Actually, no, we should, before we do that bit, we should actually do this bit. Can you get yourself out the trench? And similarly, we're going to want this slightly out of the ground. Take it down. I mean, this also almost gives us an excuse to pipe the acid over. Okay, unpause them. Wait a second. How dare you? How very dare you connect in a different way to every other one that was before? This will not stand. Try again. There we go. Right, and you can bury these. Okay, because we've almost got the water over, let's accelerate this one and this one so that we can dig out underneath them. And we need them to actually go a little bit quicker on this. Because I'm fairly sure without those rain things we're not generating enough water. I could be wrong. Okay. Was that our starting settlement all the way over there? Wait, your trader's a cargo ship? And you will give or we can set up contracts to swap out iron ore for other things. Bauxite, limestone, or copper. Or we can send you copper for limestone. That's an interesting settlement that is there. Okay, we are at our break time. Are we making paper? No, of course we're not, because we haven't got steam over there yet. Right, now that we have the pipes here, we can connect you up. Let's run it down the middle pipe. And we'll bring steam out of this one. Adding one of that underneath it. And what is it there? Let's bring it to here. Take it up to 5. Bring it over. Okay. You worked a hell of a lot quicker than I was expecting you to. That is awesome. Thank you very much. Water is the middle one. Although in reality... Ah, nuts. I need you to, if you can, dig out that bit. Nope, not a slope, straight, please. Okay, and over on this side. No, let's move them back a little bit. Give us a little bit more room to play with. There we go. And then we go from here, down, and along. Did I need to do this whole underground pipe thing? No. No, I did not. Do I care? No. No, I do not. Okay. Oh, you're clearing out those. We don't need you running anymore. You can stop. And you lots can go do something else. The dirt will arrive in good time. In all due time. And we want to bring the water from here up to a height of 5, basically. Over to here and into there. Okay, let's increase the size of this tank, and I want to know when this tank is running out. Because we may need to add a balancer over here. We have enough room, or we're going to be unlocking tier 3 pipes soon, and we have a water source here and a water source there. So in theory we'll have around about 400 water per second if we absolutely need it. They shouldn't... Oh, right, because we haven't turned those off. Go do other things. Okay, and then we need to get a supply of steam from over here. Is there an output pipe we're not using? There is. We will borrow you if you don't mind. I'm surprised that'll let me get it all the way up to... yeah, maybe if we connect it from this side, it will let us do that. Bring it all the way up to 5. There we go. Slightly cleaner. Okay, that's everything we need for research 2. Now, what has dropped? Why are you not producing as much Unity as you should be? You're full of food, so I don't know why that was highlighted. Health problems. The problem is health. Maybe. Yes, we have disease. That's the problem. We have disease from something. Disease is gone. Why did we have a sudden drop in health, then? Enough to cause a disease. Diseases occasionally appear in your settlements. Some are caused by missing facilities, fresh water. Others are seasonal and cannot be prevented. But their impact can be minimized with medicine. I see. I've never noticed that before. That explains why there's always a fluctuation in Unity that I've not been able to identify up until this point. Okay, good. They're running at full capacity. These are not running at all, so turn Unity off them. Will give us one full spare Unity at that point. Not worried about farm water. We do. Okay, let's turn that on then. That'll recover the water. Could increase food consumption. Use it on what? At the minute, we don't really need anything, so we'll just keep the spares. Okay. These are going to be using the entirety of the steam while they're spinning up. And then hopefully this will get some. Oh, balls, that's why. We connected it to the wrong pipe. That is not the steam pipe. There we go. That's going to be able to store a lot of steam in that pipe. We don't need anywhere near that much, but that's fine. And then when it gets over here, we will have our paper. And then all we need is this from there. And we will have everything. What we'll need to do is we'll need to reverse the flow of this. Probably temporarily turn that off so that we can feed this. Take the output, and then once the flow has got past this bit, disconnect here, connect this into there. And that'll do the job. But I will bring the speed down and we will take ourselves a little break. Let's just make sure everything has something that they can dig. Make sure nothing is going to kill us. Our buffer of oil isn't keeping up. They store 200. They're not that expensive to upgrade. We'll use a lot of resources, but that's fine. Okay, yeah. Dirt really doesn't like to be dumped like that. Fair enough. What I'm tempted to do then, just so that the dirt isn't... that was dig. That's not what we want. Dump. What we'll do is we'll dump rock out to this point. And then only ever dump the dirt out to the point behind it. I'm being hyper specific about that section. Okay. Once they finish getting this bit, then I'm happy for them to go over to here and start digging that bit out so that we can expand out the tree farm to its full extent. Because we are getting to the point where... No, we still got a lot of trees, but still. Better to have it prepared and ready. Okay. Break time. I'll leave you watching... this section here. So yeah, I'll get myself something to eat, something to drink. I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. At that point, research should be completed. Research will be complete in the next few minutes, looking at it. And we can get the Research Lab 2 up and running. So I will see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Right, research labs is done. So, let's push the button. That's not going to be able to complete until this is done. Now we need to... Excuse me. Reverse the flow. I need a temporary connection. Let's go there. We'll delete this in a minute. Mostly I just don't want this stuff to end up over at the shipping dock, or the ship dock. Did any of it get sent over here? There is some over here. We'll see if we can't get that emptied. Okay, but paper never made it over. Oh, that'll be why. Silly me. Missed a single square. It is, as always, the little things. Okay. Good, you've caught up. In which case, you may start digging. All that lot. We should let the digger get out before we build this. I'll start planning this. Because I don't think I got that aligned wrong. I don't think there's enough room for it to get in underneath these. Okay. That completes that barrier wall. We're making concrete again, so we can get those going again. Okay. Do I want to take that to then? No, we'll take it out and into here, rather than straight line. So we need it to consume a little bit more. You've still got allocation to dig. You might be running out. Is that struggling to keep up? No, it is. It's full of coal, so it's fine. Okay, good. So let's take this out to here and connect you to there. Let's flip the direction of that. Temporarily pause the output of that. Flip the direction of that, because we'll tear up all of that in a bit. Excellent. And same old problem, you are, as ever, making steady progress through. Largely because we probably need to, let's give these some dedicated trucks to start emptying them out. Okay, that is going to generate more science per minute, which is what I assumed. Actually, is that... yeah, that's consuming 12, so we can't actually have 2 of them. Okay, that's fine. Be very specific. This belt to here. This belt to there. The belt empty? The belt is empty. Let's assemble that bit as well. We'll allow them to send whatever remains over here in. I don't know how we've ended up with more science over here. But we'll let them pick them up. I'd like to get rid of are they allowed to import onto here? They are, but we need to pause the belt to allow them to empty this stuff out. What is that? Crushed slag. Just to try and get rid of some of the stuff that's in here so that we can get more stuff later. And sand is also a problem. Let's increase the amount of fuel that's kept in these tanks. And we'll upgrade the stations as well. They don't cost anything other than materials. And materials we currently have. Outstanding. Everything is running. Cannot unload cargo. Is that why it can't leave? Oh, we haven't finished loading the ship. Resources are fine, bar concrete, but that's fine. That's why we just turned the extra production on. These need sand as well. They do. Just for now. Again, so we can try and empty out what's in here without just having to dump it. Let's make sure these have all got... This is missing a couple of upgraded trucks. And none of these trucks are upgraded. You do not need 5 trucks here. You don't even need 2 diggers in a minute. No, that was expected. That's fine. You'll be able to get there eventually, truck, don't worry. I could do that to get rid of those, but that's gonna... require that we turn these on and have trucks service those as well to empty that out. Which is a pain, but if it's what we gotta do, it's what we gotta do. I'm curious. I need an area that no one can currently get to. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'd be a reasonable amount of space to need to dig out to avoid using a level crossing. At least if we wanted to allow excavators to get underneath it as well. Okay. Are you empty of this yet? No. I don't just want to void the items. Yeah, a truck should be able to get to there to deliver that. I'm fairly sure there was not copper ore in here previously. But I also wasn't looking, so maybe there was. Which one of these is mechanical parts? That's mechanical parts. that though. And while you're going, we'll load up with that. Okay, looks like they've delivered those. Okay, speed things up. Just need to wait for them to manually drop off the sand. Get rid of the last of that and the last of... Oh, damn it, they've redelivered the electronics. Okay. Is it going to be worth us? I want to see all the available recipes for the thermal store. We can make steam off of it, so if we come through here... There we go. Which one is it highlighting? I think it did highlight what I thought it highlighted, but let's double check. I'm just curious as to whether or not we actually get access to the ability to make superheated steam from it. Not that we can do anything with that at the moment, but right, this one. I'm not seeing anything be highlighted. Maybe that's because none of the recipes are actually in here. Because all we get is the thermal store. So yeah, I assume it just gives us all or access to all recipes anyway. And we'll have to make that assumption. And I believe these ones have bigger footprints. So I can't do direct upgrades for large storage. But if I come, I'm curious as to whether or not it's worth setting up thermal storage at the power plants is the main thing I'm worrying about, or thinking about. We would need to do a similar sort of thing that we set up at the minute with one of the fuels, in that we need to configure it so that all of the steam always goes out to whatever the default or the stuff that we need steam power first and foremost, and then any excess steam power that or steam we're generating goes somewhere else, which we can do with a number of balancers in sequence. We take the output of one balancer into another one and we put the priority on that. That then lets us split off on from the other one to everything that needs steam and prioritize on that account. and then everything else will get sent out the bottom on whatever wasn't prioritized. So we could use thermal storage to get us a better steam battery. Or we could just add additional fuel tanks. Buffer the fuel before we burn the fuel. Both are a reasonable option. Okay. That's caught up. Somehow we've managed to get coal in here, but that'll get pulled out eventually. Okay. Sand is still going to take a little while, but crushed slag is sorted, so that can come back on. Okay, shipyard isn't overloaded anymore. Still want to get rid of all the sand, so I'll keep that up and keep track of it. Yes, so if I want to double buffer this, we'll use 3 because I'm expecting when we get to oil cracking there's going to be another type of fluid that we can use. We'll set these 2 up for the ones we're using at the minute, which would be light oil and heavy oil. And that might get assigned to something else. For the sake of future-proofing, where's the input arrow? There's the input arrow. They can each have 1 each. Okay. Priority output there. We are about to get to, which do we want to get first? Advanced smelting. That's just going to increase the throughput. Better buildings. Yeah, an upgrade for all of those. And then we get the ability to... Or we would need to run them through crushers first. wonder if we actually have the room to even do that. I think we'll do... we won't worry about thermal storage. We'll run ourselves through these. NAFTA processing and then reform cracking. Because we'll be able to reduce the amount of rubber we use, or reduce the amount of coal we're using. Oh, we won't need to use coal to make rubber anymore. We can make NAFTA and fuel gas. I'm not going to be cracking diesel. That would be silly. So we crack light oil to make NAFTA and fuel gas. Fuel gas can just be straight up burnt as power. And at that point, we lose the light fuel, but we're making, or constantly making NAFTA, so. And then reform cracking lets us take the heavy oil with hydrogen to make more diesel and fuel gas, or to make NAFTA and fuel gas. And lets us get hydrogen that way as well. Where's the steam generator? NAFTA is more fuel dense than fuel gas. Converts 1 to 1, but we also get hydrogen out of it. But yeah, this is more fuel dense, so we're probably better off getting hydrogen from a different source. Which would require us to use electrolysis. That's going to take a lot of power, so maybe not. Maybe we do get it from this. And then feed it back into here to make diesel. Not sure. We'll worry about it when we have it, but I think we will queue up those. And I just accidentally closed down this, which I wanted pinned still. Not sure how they've managed to put limestone in there, or how they've managed to get mechanical parts in there again, but never mind. Hopefully they will figure this stuff out. Oh, keep getting rid of this sand. Okay. Okay, we're full on tofu. That's all good. I'm not getting a stockpile of that yet. There's not a housing building we haven't built yet, is there? Does not like it. Are we actually out of water from our pumps? The pipe may not be big enough anymore. He's still got somewhere to dump. It's all fine. Are we getting rid of all the wastewater? Yes. Getting rid of all of the waste? Yes. When's the next? Because we need to get more population as well. Where's housing 3? I thought we had already unlocked it and I just hadn't done anything with it yet. And the sun has come around the corner to greet me by blinding me off my screens. This is... luxury goods, gold smelting housing, there it is. How many people? 240. 100 extra. Okay, for the time being, I think I'm happy just expanding where we have things. Okay, 1 second while I close the curtains. Okay, and I just noticed we are running out of copper because we turned these off and forgot to turn them back on. Okay. Anything that I've misconfigured or forgot to change back to the correct configuration? Actually, no, we'll just say trucks are allowed to deliver to here. Okay, we're maxed out on concrete at the minute. Okay. Okay, and we have decided that we're going to use thermal desalination, so... we'll use this one. And then... that. That'll allow trucks to get into this area at least for now. Also gives us a wee bit more room if we want to expand. Actually, no, it won't, because these are going to go buttress up against that. Okay, we have got through enough of my sand that I am happy to stop these guys from doing this and unpause these. These can then be set back to 10 and copy, paste, paste, paste. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Okay, that all looks fine. Good. We have colds. Suppose chickens are going to be the next thing to allow us to improve health, short of using edicts, which might be worth doing at this point. We have the spare, I think, Unity. We need to find canola seeds, and that's going to require that we get the bridge upgrade, I imagine. We've explored all the current areas we can reach and not found canola. But the bridge upgrade isn't going to increase how far we can get on our fuel tank. Which is... So... Is there anywhere we've... Is it just going to open up locations we've not seen yet? But are actually in range? Or is the alignment of this incorrect, and that this one here, the engine, should be a lot sooner? Maybe that's what it is. The engine really should be here, so it's in line with canola. But, okay. I want to make biodiesel. Spare soybeans and ethanol, corn mash, oxygen, ethanol, and sulfur to make rubber, water and ethanol to make steam so we can burn excess. Chicken farm, this is going to be a whole project. So I'm guessing chickens just produce eggs, but if we want to sell the meat, we need to process the meat. So it will give us 2 additional foodstuffs. Both protein? Yeah, chicken's proteins, eggs are proteins. They'll both be protein. Sausage production. From meat trimmings. Okay, once again out of oil. We greatly increased our storage amount, but suppose what we need to know is whether or not this line is going up. Okay, yeah. We also massively increased the amount that we can store for diesel. So once this line reaches its top, then we will actually start flattening out on our actual oil consumption. so it's all fine in the minutes. These are 400 each. I'm going to assume the footprint of this is 4x4. Of the standard ones, I should say. We may actually want to increase research speed though. We have a lot of research to do. We haven't needed to increase it so far. We should be producing sufficient glass. Yes. We need to double the output of this and make a second one of these. And then upgrade this to the next tier. Okay. The spare one of these is just for alignment reasons. Yep, that's right. Correct. Good, it did exactly what I was hoping it would. There we go, that'll double our research production. Whether or not we needed to do that, I cannot say, but it will do the job. Glass will keep up, paper will keep up because it's 4, paper's 12, and glass is 12 as well, and is only otherwise consumed by... We're not putting it into storage. Yeah, these. We probably should put the glass into storage. because we're going to need it for the housing. I wonder. The distance is probably fine, it's just whether or not the slope will work. Not quite. Oh, come on, you could absolutely put a pillar there. What if I pull off a place that already has a pillar? That's not too long. Disagree. You could do that. You absolutely could do that. Here, let me do it for you. See? Valid pillar placement. Because that's the length the pillar can be. It can be that long. I disagree strongly with your assertion game. You absolutely can do that. You just don't want to. See, if you can make it around there, you absolutely could make that connection. It's because of the flat connector it's having a problem. If I want to try and do it this way because I think it should be possible. I get rid of that little bit there. And I put a flat connector there. Yeah, so that's what I thought the problem was. It wants to put a connector immediately after this. Because it can't put a connector, or it can't put a pillar underneath it. But there's no legitimate reason that it shouldn't be able to put a pillar beneath that. If I build it there, then yeah, it disconnects the pillar. I can't see a valid reason why it shouldn't be able to pillar that. So yeah, that's why it can't do it that way. Again, I disagree. I think I should be able to. I don't think there's a valid reason to not let me. But if the devs say no, then it's not like I can tell them otherwise. I can just lodge a complaint. Let's... just so that it pillars this correctly. Get rid of those bits as well. Oh, there was a third pillar there anyway. And we'll pull it off from here. They should be able to get close enough to that to build it, and if not, I can use some Unity to do it. Okay. We now have access to this thingamabobby. And it is in fact larger than the these things. Yep, that's the way around I want you. After the first one, it's all going to need to be tier 2. Gives us the room to put in one more. At least it will do once we flatten this area out. We have some spare diggers. Okay. We don't need to extend the pier anymore, and we have plenty of other places that we need the dirt to be put, so... Okay, they've about done there by the looks of it. Good, they are all done there. So, that being the case... do we want them to dig more of that? Where have our tree harvesters gone? Oh, they've got a few more over here to cut. We may as well get them to finish off this area over here. Okay. Where's the control tower? I keep forgetting where I put this one. That is your area now. We can get this bit here. That'll be good. And these guys down here have made decent progress on this, so we can dump some of that over here. Since we have the spare Unity, let's just get rid of this stuff so the diggers aren't doing anything about it, because I don't need them to. Gives them a dump for dirt. These guys are still dumping stone over here. Oh, it would be stone and dirt, but mostly stone, I think. Yes, you can, just reverse. Okay, have the diggers moved? The digger has moved. Okay, whether I have one or two of them here, just the one. Give it 3 trucks. Now, how the hell did I get 600 vehicle parts? Dumped over there. Where the devil did they come from and why? I am confused. I have no idea how I've managed to get such a large amount of, Oh! It would have been from tearing this down, but why? I didn't think that building was made with vehicle parts. It's not. It must have just been... Oh, it's been storing. It's been storing all of the lower tier vehicle parts that we've been disassembling from vehicle upgrades. That's why. Well, we can upgrade a bunch more vehicles, so let's pause. There's 20 some of these around. Hey, they've managed to break through. We are almost ready to potentially add the second lot of water things over here. Depends on whether or not I want to actually flatten all of this out. We'll let the diggers do what they were meant, or what we set them up to do first though. Now why haven't you finished? Okay, you haven't finished because trucks need to be able to pull from these to build those buildings. It's not where it's going to go, but it is in line with where it's going to go. There we go. And just because we have a slight excess of... Ah, we can't overclock them. Or at least the Unity thing isn't coming up. There we go. Yeah, we can't overclock them. Shame. Okay. I forgot I put those there as well. This is going to be a project for all of my construction vehicles. Okay, we need thermal desalination, and then we're going to need to get our vehicles to tear down everything that's here. I think I'll pull this line of pipes all the way back to here, because they're all, yeah, there's a steam output, but they're all inputs. We'll also pull these pipes back to their connectors. We'll take these down as well. This is going to entirely take our power offline. I need to set up something temporarily. Don't I? How much power do you generate? 5. So 2 of you should be able to keep running. We'll be reliant on whatever fuel we have because we're not going to be able to dispose of any excess. Okay, if we need more of these, we'll just build another set over here. We shouldn't do, but if we do, that's what we'll do with it. In fact, we can all do that just from the same thing, so... do it that way. Okay, so that's all those. We know we're going to be making fuel gas here now, so, or fuel gas as well. It's still going to be imported though, so I do still want to have it by the edge. There we go. Now we can pipe into here. Am I happy with the distance between these two? Do I want these closer or further apart? Should be far enough temporarily out the way. Can worry about that in a bit. Oh. Nope, that's no good. It connected to the wrong thing. Absolutely the wrong thing. Although I am impressed at how it managed to connect. We need to connect into there. And then we need to say export to there. Kill the import line. Okay, thermal desalination. Tall. Can this reach from up here? Still no, it is definitely bigger, but no. Wait, actually, is there a difference between these? Yeah, I think it is just... It can get down from higher. Thermal desalination. Let's pause for a moment while I think about this. Let's see. Probably going to be using this or only using that one. We only need one of these. Okay. It's not too resource heavy. Got plenty of space. Do I want to bring the seawater all the way over here? Kind of wish I could do a tiered priority system without having to use multiple pipe balancers. Okay. So priority input is from the cooling towers. Secondary input will be from this. Your primary input is... that is the wrong one. Oh no, we copied it. So... that way round. Which is the only output, but we'll make it the primary output. And then we'll bring in the main water line. Not quite. Try again. There you go. That'll be the main water line. So this pipe here. Damn, you chewed through that pretty quick. Don't really want to rip off the top of the cliff just yet. It is the long-term plan. For now, I mostly just wanted you to flatten out the rest of this bit. Okay. They've almost finished burying it. Okay, so do we want the desalinator there? Bring it over a little bit, but yeah, I think we'll have it here. Because then we can just take the output from here straight into there. Does mean the steam's going to have to come a ways. I'm happy with all of those being tier 2. That needs to be a tier 2. That needs to be a tier 2. Same with all of that. The output from this only needs to be a tier 1. And that's coming up and into... I think that one there? The seawater one can come along the same line into here. Is that a steam pipe? That is a steam pipe. I think I'll pull that steam pipe. I'm not sure we can actually get that steam pipe over. Okay, we have an additional water pipe to pull off. Oops. It was trying to be too clever, and it paid the price of not actually being able to connect. You want to go build that, but you can't. It's fine. Okay. We'll take a single output from here. Up one. Pipe connector. That was not up one. Now the pipe connector is going to disappear. Pipe connector goes there. Tier 1 pipe. Okay, so that feeds them. So that's ready. You are allowed trucks to bring it in. And to export. Okay. There's a few things I can't disassemble yet, and I don't think I've set up my chimney. I can't believe I never disconnected that. Okay, I don't think we're going to need to worry about how much we're exhausting, because it's 900, isn't it? Yeah, we just need to put the chimney somewhere. Somewhere where we can connect everything to it. You know what? Because it'll be thematically correct. It's the exhaust from all of those. This doesn't have an exhaust. These just output water. The exhaust from all of these will be going into here. In fact, we can actually just connect that up now. There's no reason not to. Each of these will handle 24, so each of these will handle one of these. So we actually have 4 more than we need. I was looking at the water output rather than the steam usage. That's fine. We can expand into it if we need to. Okay. I think... let's shift this lot slightly out of the way. Okay. We can't do anything with that gas but burn it. So we're going to need to allow this to burn and then tear this entire thing down. And start the reconstruction. I wonder why it gives you a second seawater pump. Is it just because thermal desalination doesn't require basic desalination? Yeah, that's why. You can entirely ignore that tech if you wanted to. So that goes to NAFTA processing. What do we want after NAFTA? Let's go large storage. Housing 3 can wait. I'll need more glass. I don't know whether or not settlement recycling... Yeah, we need household goods to get settlement refining. Let's grab hydrogen. Actually, let's cancel this. And we'll grab hydrogen production. We won't worry about hydrogen fuel cells yet. Get additional storage. Because this is probably a better way of making hydrogen. Making it from the fuel gas rather than making it from the naphtha. Oh, we also need to pause that. Probably more accurately pause that. Coal train? Oh, because we've used up all our resources, you're just waiting here for a fairly long amount of time. That actually works for me. It helps us get rid of the coal. And start dismantling things without wasting too many resources. I think I configured all of them. Yep. Fuel gas is imported in mostly. Okay, so we need to disassemble that. And the pipe. I may have set the time that it will wait here a little bit too long, but I don't think it's going to be a problem. Particularly given the fact that we've turned this off now. Just thinking... Okay, we have enough things that are currently off. That'll kill the research. Just thinking before I tear this entire thing down to shift this up. At the very least that can be disassembled. Do I want to tear down the plastic production for now? We need rubber for electronics, don't we? Yeah. Oh, we also didn't connect that up yet because we needed to tear this bit down. Okay. That works. Oh, I thought I can't believe I never disabled that. It's probably going to put a bunch of coal in here, but okay. Okay, that is done. Actually, pause for a second. Yeah, that area comes back down to the level of 30, so we actually just want this straight the way across at 29. With the ability to get in and out on either side. Where is our water? There's our water. We do not need to go to that extreme. We just need to get to the water. So we'll mark all of this as 30. We'll assign tree harvesters to get these. And a little bit more around here. Is that going to cause a problem? Rather than dig into 30 first? Yeah, it could do. Okay. Ah, blast. We have nibbled, apparently, a small amount of limestone out of this. That's fixable. We can just tell them that they are allowed to also export to there. And then the problem will fix itself eventually. Speed things up again. Okay. I think I am ready. Okay, that's going to keep the trucks busy for a while. I'm also going to need to empty out that. This is going to need rerouting. I think that's going to take the most amount of time is it finding something to do with this. I may just have to forcibly remove it. And dump it into whatchamacallit, the shipyard. I mean, it is taking a bunch of the materials to the shipyard, even though, strictly speaking, there's no storage space there. Yeah, it's going to be waiting for it to have somewhere to put this stuff, and it won't find it. Oh, that's something I didn't think about. It is... No, it's waste management. Fluid. Smokestack. Small one will do. Quick build. Okay, we need to sort out... Okay, we need to shift it over by one. 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5. This lot needs to go up by 1. Now, why has it done that? When did it do that? Because I didn't remove that part of it. I should have only removed the bit that was here. It should still be above the ground. I need to reload a save. Damn it, 16 minutes ago. I don't think we made any specific changes then. I think we was waiting on resources, weren't we? Or waiting on resources to empty. Okay. Yeah, I was waiting on this to empty. You shouldn't be moving. You shouldn't be being filled. You need a basic smokestack attached to you. Did I get the full thing? Looks like it. You're empty. I must have gone one too far. Because in theory, all of these pipes were built with a separator here. Was this before I had allocated... Oh no, we have allocated it. I haven't started digging it yet though, so let's... prevent them from doing that. Hopefully they're not going to accidentally find some limestone. And you can come out to here and dig that bit. Okay, we also need to do this bit now. Yep, that's correct. And we need to adjust the area on this. Tree harvesters, you can come back to this later. For now, clear out the area around this. How have these not managed to get built yet? Oh, that's why. We actually ran out of tracks. Don't want to disconnect the Steam one yet. Okay, that almost puts us back to where we should be. Okay, and we will disassemble this in parts rather than trying to disassemble it as one whole chunk. So let's pause. Good. Get all of this. Get that bit. Get all of this. Get that bit. Forcibly empty this, and forcibly empty that. Gonna need U-shape lift here. Oh yeah, we also need to do that. There's a lot of steam in that pipe waiting. So we have some buffer time. Bio-rubber. Okay. I think I am happy to get them to flatten out that entire section there now then. That just brush, that's just brush. Oh no, there's a bit of actual stuff that needs flattening. I really should be assigning this as flatten rather than... Okay, they've almost got it all. There we go. Let's try this again. Get the new construction. That is closer than I'd like it. But without being it's above the port. It would have to go there if I want to do it that way without wiggling the belt around a little. Or partially blocking the thing. But I don't like how close these are to that, so I think... Did that get a lot of it? That did. It can go there. Just deciding if I want to leave enough room to have a fourth. Because if we generate enough fuel to turn all of this on, we absolutely can power that. But that's if we generate enough fuel to turn all of that on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, balls. Damn you. Yeah. Okay. Do I turn both of those on? Priority input is those, not that one. Priority output is power. Oh, that was not intentional, but I'll take that. Okay. We can make that a single pipe. There's no need for that to be two pipes. I don't even know why it's split into two pipes. Okay, we're not done, not remotely. Okay, we were going to bring the steam from over here to the desalination. That there is diesel. I have no need to pull the diesel off. Bring it out. Down and in. Maybe not. And there should be seawater. I'm just thinking if we need a second one of these at some point in the future. Because this won't generate enough steam or water for all of this. We're reclaiming back half the steam or half the water that we're using though. So if all of this is running, we only need 100 extra. I think we will do something like this, but we will tweak it slightly. We'll take this to here. No, we'll do it from this side because I think we'll probably get a better connection. Yeah. Okay, and we'll come this way, then down and in. There we go. That'll allow us to fork that off easier if we need to double up. That's going to need a connection on it. That one there, I think, goes to Fine. That's perfect. That is absolutely perfect. Bring this straight the way along. Connect you into there. And destroy that part of the pipe. And we can do the same with that one. That, in theory, that is not the part of the pipe I was telling you to destroy. Okay, you haven't destroyed that pipe. You're just looking like, oh, I see what it's doing. Because we still need that to run this for the time being. Okay, and we'll borrow from here. To come down to here. So we can disassemble that bit. That was steam. Okay. The only thing left is to get the steam out from here over to there. Let's have a double priority system again. Steam goes to power first, and then we use a second one of these, which we will use on this side. We'll loop that into there. And that into there. Okay. These are the only inputs, but priority input nonetheless. And then your primary output will be that one to go to oil cracking. And then we'll take a secondary output from here up to 3 to come under to here to go up to 5 to connect into there. Actually, I'm going to increase the size of those pipes so that the pipes can act as a steam buffer. which means that section of pipe needs an upgrade. And then I need to redo that bit of pipe. From the top of that, 3 up. I apologise if you can hear the fan. It's a windy day, but it's also a warm day. Okay, we can unpause that. Actually, no, I don't want to unpause that because I want to manually pull the coal into here. From there. It's what I want to do. To empty that thing out. Can a truck still get under there? Yeah, we've left enough room for a truck to go under there, just not a digger. So this can still be manually loaded from or by trucks. I want trucks exporting from this. None of these want to be set to allow trucks to import or export. And if we're going to burn this for fuel, then we'll do it over near the farms. That doesn't have an import and export. That doesn't have import export. Good. I think build it. Hopefully there's not too many of them trying to move Earth. They're all heading down to, let me turn the camera around. They're all going over to the shipyard, which is promising. That's where I want them to take the materials from. We did forget a thing. In fact, we've forgotten a couple of things, but they're not major. We have the water input here. Which we need to connect into that one, I believe. Yep. We didn't allocate, or we didn't actually set up the steam output. Okay, now these ones are specific. This here is our heavy oil. Connects into that pipe. Now, did we get this the right way around? So heavy oil is the, or beneath light oil. So this one should be heavy oil. This one is light oil. That's fine. Well, we have allocated this as light oil. Easy enough to flip them around. Nothing else is filtering them, so that'll be good. Grab this. Rebuilding the power plant. Oops, didn't realize I had pause on. Good, they're bringing the coal over. Okay, once all of this loss is done, I will enable a third one. And we do need to... Yeah, that is configured. We do need to get steam out to go to paper production. Which we may as well take from here. Okay, we've got the desalinator up and running. Lacking power, but it's there. That's the cooling tower I've selected. There we go. It has water, it has some amount of residue steam. Getting in primary water. We're getting in our fuel. Fuel is making it to our things. Getting additional steam. Everything over there that needed to be built is built. So let's enable the next set. This is spinning up. Okay, fuel gas is the last thing that it should consume. Consumes the overflow of this first. Looking good. Okay. Power is back online. Now... Fuel station is out of fuel. Now I think is almost time. High pressure turbine needs transport to... Auto balance. When enabled, the turbine will automatically pause when the shaft is nearly fully charged to prevent wasting inputs. Production will resume when the shaft charge drops. Note that the turbines take time to reach full power to start in. Now this one's set to always be running. So those will always be running. These will be set to always be running because they will be dependent upon the other thing to run. So this should hopefully keep things running or keep the engines or ticking over. And then once the flywheel power has run out, then these will kick back off again. But upgrade done. And pause. That's NAFTA processing, although we do kind of want reforming and cracking first. But we'll worry about that on Saturday. That's a task for Saturday to get advanced oil processing done. Which will also mean we'll replace the way we're making rubber so we're not using coal in it. I'm not sure the specifics of that yet, we will see. The diesel generators will probably get moved again, that's going to get moved again. It'll depend upon where I want to put everything. I mean, I might end up putting this here again, and the diesel generators directly next to it. But again, task for Saturday. So, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Saturday from 2 PM BST onwards. So hopefully, we'll see you next time. Cheerio.